Why do I have so many? Oh my goodness, where did all these sources come from? Where did all these sources come from? Camera, desktop source, media source. What? What is this? If not, wait, uh-oh. I have two of them? Wait. Okay, we're going to delete this then. Remove that from here and remove it from there so that I don't have that extra media source because that was confusing me. And then we're gonna rename this bad boy because I don't like the way it's named. Rename slideshow. And then, whoa, my bad. You can see that. I'm fiddling now. Because I don't even want to see this. How can I? Oh, hide. There's a hide button. I found the hide button. Yes. Okay. Hello and welcome to today's stream where I do some things and we do the things. I don't which tray is that? Is that you talking about the red and orange one? You know, you say these things and I don't know what you mean. Is the buffet tray the red and orange one? Cause literally all of the trays in this video right now are from that picture. So which one are you talking about? Wait, yeah, because actually I put it in the slideshow. I don't know when it's gonna get in. Blah, blah. There's a picture somewhere in this slideshow that's on the left. That is a picture of all the things that I've made recently, and it includes a few of these things because there was just a lot of stuff on the table and it looked nice. It's somewhere in the slideshow. I don't know when it's going to show up. And it might not even be easy to see. Actually, I think it's coming up soon. Wait, maybe it's coming up soon. Oh, wait, I have a way I can find this out. Hold on. I don't have to wait here and think like I don't know what's going on. I can know what's going on. You peasants will have to wait. Oh, it's not for a while. It's not for a while. Yeah. It's at least like a minute away because it's the last picture in the slideshow and there are like 5 more pictures. Oh well, it'll come to you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's like 5 more pictures. You've got it. Give yourself a minute, and the picture that I think she's talking about, which she's calling a buffet, it's gonna show up in the tiny. It's gonna be real tiny in this corner because, you know, I tried to figure out. I didn't really do too much thinking, which was on my. That's me. That's me. That's on me. But all of these pictures have different dimensions, so some of them, when they shrink to fit, have a very large amount of black space. That would be really nice if it wasn't black space so that I could make this whole video larger. But then there are things that are kind of too long. Hey, there's the octopus. Wee! 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 Yeah, and that's the mushroom tray. Anyway, I'm gonna start the music because I'm just sitting here, and I don't wanna just sit here. Oh, I also need to move. Wait, okay. First things first, I'm going to do the thing that I need to finish because I forgot to finish it before I started the stream. And I'm gonna move the mic so you can follow me along on this journey. because somebody asked to buy a mold from me, and I was like, oh yeah, I could do that. Just message me, we can make it happen. But now I'm like, how are we about to make it happen? This is my first time having to do something like this. So I'm trying to make a new Etsy listing, but to do so I want to have all the details appropriately listed. And I also want to be able to price it appropriately, because I buy molds, but I've never thought about selling them and how much it actually costs to sell them, so I have to really think about the pricing. But I'm going to measure the molds that I'm planning on selling, because I haven't done anything like that, so people don't know the size of the things. They just see a picture and say, yeah, maybe I want this, but I don't know how big it is. That's just no good for people. Damn, I always put things in the space where my mic's supposed to go. So now I have to move all the things again. Hold, please. Oh. Man, I live in this comfy. I tell you what. The comfy is straight up what it's called. It's big. It's advertised as being ginormous, and that is a good word to describe it. It is comfortable. This colorway is called teddy bear, and I feel like a stuffed animal wearing it. If I get another one for Christmas again, I would not be mad. I tell you what, if I had one for every day of the week, I would not be mad. Okay, time to do some measurements. First we're gonna do this bad boy. Okay. 4.5 by 4.5. 4.5 by 4.5. Okay. I didn't have anywhere to write down these dimensions, so now I do. Got a happy sticky note. L cubed. We're gonna call that L cubed for now. 4.5 by 3. Chocolates. Chocolates. Four and a half again? Golly. By 3. Five and a half by 4.5. Conversation hearts. Dead flowers. Okay, and now I'm gonna take do I move the mic again? Damn, didn't think about that. Yeah, we don't do it. I don't care. It wasn't that hard. Beep boop boop beep boop. Beep boop beep boop beep. Boop beep boop. Beep boop beep. Yeah, because I did what I wanted to do. Now I have to go back to my computer to do the other things that I want to do. Good. Blah. Although I'm not actually gonna let you see what I'm doing because it's my Etsy shop and I don't want you seeing all the details of it, but I'm gonna talk you through what I'm doing. Because really all I'm doing is I already posted the pictures to the page and I did a lot of the detaily things. I just need to add the dimensions. Work, laugh, lose. 4.5 inches by 4.5 inches. And then Eaten chocolates are 4.5 inches by 3 inches. And then the conversation hearts, which are really anti-conversation hearts. They don't want any conversation. I learned from my dad the best way to end conversations, and I'm not going to tell you all those secrets because then you'll know how I'm leaving conversations, but they're very effective. I've been leaving conversations for years. Dead flowers. 4.5. Oh no. 5.5 inches by 4.5 inches. Which is length and width? Wait, yeah, because length by width. Length by width. Boop 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 parentheses. And then I had to figure out how I'm gonna price these hoes. So huh? Wait. How come on the website the variations list is much smaller than... Wait, is this not what I want? Material, renewal options, descriptions. There's a thing that I'm looking for that allows me to add available options like style. Yeah, I was like, wait, style isn't here, but it's definitely something. Style is one of the categories you can use to organize variations, but it was very weird. Prices and quantities vary per style, and the options are lurk, laugh, love, loathe, lurk, laugh, loathe. See, you just want to say it the way that it was that you've been hearing it forever, but lurk, laugh, loathe just is so much more me. I'm not saying that I don't love people, but I'm definitely a hater. Anti-conversation hearts. Anti-conversation hearts is too long. Dead flowers. I want to eat some dead flowers. How do I eat dead flowers? I mean, there are probably ways that I eat dead flowers, like genuinely, but I don't know why that was how the song continued. Maybe because I'm hungry? I ate recently. Who knows? Wait, I thought I added 4. What happened? Add. Update. Okay. So, I think that I want the lurk, laugh, and loathe and dead flowers to be more similarly priced because they're similar in size, and the chocolate and conversation hearts to be cheaper because they're smaller. What's a good price for a mold of this size? 4-inch mold. When I look at that, you get a lot of different prices for a lot of different things. You know, you get some circle molds that cost fucking coaster molds, pack of 4 on Amazon for $8, but why am I comparing my prices to Amazon prices? Because I'm not Amazon, I'm not doing their shipping, I'm not doing any of their big business fulfillment. I am but one person doing all of this. So no, I'm not charging and I'm not comparing my prices to Amazon. Let's look at Etsy. That seems more fair. It's a single mold, a single circle coaster for $13. Yes, a single coaster. Which size? Measurements. 6 centimeters, 2 inches, because I don't do maths. 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/4. So what's 4.5 look like? Not 45, 4.5. 11 centimeters, and 11 centimeters. I just want to see the price of it. I don't care if it's sold out. I want to see the price. Okay, so the 19 centimeter one is the one that cost $13, which means the smaller ones were even cheaper, which is wild. But they're also like 0 detail to the mold. 0 anything to the mold. Engraved. Let's put engraved in there. I feel like I got these blanks for $45 total for 4 blanks. So that's a little over $10 per blank. The silicone cost $100, but I've made like already like 20 different molds from it. But how much of it am I using to make a mold? I don't know. Math. I don't want to do math. Small coins, engraved molds. These look like rupees. They are. They just can't say rupee because if they say rupee, then Legend of Zelda people will come for them. But they look exactly like the rupees from Legend of Zelda. So these little guys cost $18, and the dimensions of the gems are not even mentioned. So, oh yes, they are. They're right here. They're an inch wide. So I'm thinking that I can charge $30 for these. Maybe 25. I just don't see, because people sell molds for all sorts of prices, like all sorts of prices. So I have to figure out what seems right and reasonable for me, and still, it's just, cause like, oh my goodness, there are people. Let's see, this tray mold, these flat hanging molds cost $80. What? Some of these molds are $80. Now, granted, they're larger, they're tray molds, they're $100, but like, yeah, I'm gonna, yep. I feel right about this. I'm gonna keep these prices and keep it moving. And if nobody buys them, then I know that I've overpriced them, or maybe, who knows? Who knows? Maybe someone will pay the money. All I know is this listing is done. I think. Publish? Does it say I can do it? If it says I can do it, I didn't. I must supply all required attributes. What attributes am I missing? There's nothing on here that's highlighted red to say what I missed. It just says that I missed something. Oh, is it this? Molding? Casting? Is that it? Active listing. Bingo bango. I did it. Now you can buy these molds I'm about to pour. I already poured the molds. I'm pouring resin into the molds. Either way. Let me start some music and then just move the microphone again. And then do the other things that I wanted to do, which are to paint all of these trays, pour resin over all of the paint, then add color to the clear resin that I've used to dome everything, fill in these little earrings from the Tanjiro wears from Demon Slayer, then fill in these snowflakes with who knows what. I just think instead of having them be snowflakes because I over poured, there's like a clear layer on the back, so I'm gonna fill it with resin and then have them just be like coasters instead of being cool see-through transparency type things. Um, yeah, I think I'm gonna try and put a foil in the face of the bear. I don't know what foil yet, maybe multiple foils, but I feel like foils are gonna go in the bear's face today. Um, Maybe I'll put some flowers in the dead flowers for funsies. And I'm definitely gonna bring glitter in today. And those are the plans so far. Will they change? Absolutely, because art is a fickle mistress, and all the plans that I could have could go to shit just from a spill or finding out that I don't have enough of something. But I think I have enough of everything I need. We'll find out. Ha 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 ha. What's the music gonna be today? Music, 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 music. Chill pop? What's chill pop? What's it sound like? Nope. Nope. I will not imagine you anywhere near me. Goodbye, good sir. Okay, so there was something, these are just like a bunch of different chill stations. I don't know what chill electronic bass music sounds like, but I don't need it in my life. That sounds ridiculous. Chill EDM confuses me. What is that? I don't need to understand it. I'm not gonna find out. I'm not gonna click on it. But to think it just sounds oxymoronic just a little bit for me. Um, is it a ska day? What's wrong with the music? What's wrong with the music? Why is it giving me this water sound when I click ska? This is not ska. You're broken. Why are you so broken? Is because I've clicked YouTube safe and it doesn't know what to do because there is no YouTube safe ska. This program acts like it can do YouTube safe filters and then can't at all. Like it just will not. It's a little upsetting. Just a little bit. Blues? See, couldn't find any songs to play because there are no songs in blues that are YouTube safe. There's like 27 hours of it and none of it is YouTube safe. I don't want to. Okay, fine. Back to lo-fi. Yep. I'm gonna get tired of the way that every song has that little snare tap though. I know it's gonna come up in this song. I feel it. When the beat drops, it's gonna be a little... Fuck! I felt it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I won't do it. I can't do it. Lo-fi ain't for me. Lo-fi ain't for me. I just, golly, that little snare tap kills me. I don't know what makes that lo-fi, but it's in like 80% of the songs. There's so many ways that you can keep the beat of a song that don't involve this little snare tap, but I can't. Maybe it's also because I'm looking for this like royalty free music that won't get me in trouble with copyrights. Maybe that's just what happens. I just know that I want none of it. And it also has like 200 hours on this program, so it really is the most abundant. What's the next song? Maybe I can get over it. Maybe I can get over it. Nah. 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 I tried. I want to try. I really do. It's just not about to. Mm-mm. I don't know if this is about to be heavy bass. It says it's melodic bass. Melodic and future bass vibes. Okay. Uh-huh. I don't want people's words. I actually don't want to hear anybody's voice. I just want instrumental. So now I have to try and see if maybe chill bass is something I can handle. Wow, wow, wow. Yep. We're going to accept that this is not lo-fi, but it's like lo-fi because I don't hear the same snares. But it's got some like little chill vibes to it in my mind when I'm listening to it. I feel chill vibes. I hope you feel them too. Otherwise, listen to this muted because I'll probably not be talking like that much, but I'll probably say some things. Who knows? Let me stop trying to talk like I'm gonna tell you what you're in for, because if I told you what you were in for, that would require me to know what I was in for, and I only know like 50% of that. I already told you the 50% that I knew. So here we are. Let's do it. Moving on. Because I made the Etsy listing. I figured out what music I was going to have in the background of me not talking. We're pretty much there. I think I can do the arts now. Wish I had all this set up before, but you know what happens? Every time I come to set up a stream, I look and I realize I didn't clean up from the last time I was doing things, and so I spend the hour and a half before into the beginning of the stream like I was supposed to start at 3, and I was like, yeah, I got it, I'll be good, I'm gonna set up, I'll be ready. I look and everything is still dirty from when I was doing resin before, and I'm like, oh, guess I gotta clean that up, huh? And then it was 3:30 and I was like, oh, okay, here we are. And now here we are. Hello. Okay, so I said that maybe I would put a foil in the bear. The more I look at that bear, the more I'm like, oh, I'm putting a foil in its face. I don't know what foil I'm gonna put in its face though. I've got ghosts, but I don't think I want to use the ghosts today. I like the ghosties, but I don't want to use them today. I have some bugs that are kind of cool looking. Kind of like this one. This might be the one. Yeah. Or one of these guys. Because I also got some flower peoples. Although they're all a little too tall. I don't know. Maybe I'll put this on here. it doesn't look like it fits the way I want. I could probably trim it. Yeah, I think I might trim it so that it just does these 5 and not these outer ones. And then... every once in a while when I've been going outside, I've been seeing flowers that I thought were pretty and picking them up and then putting them in my bag and then pressing them to dry them. So I've got some leaves and things that I think are kind of cool looking. It just smells like growing things. I love vegetation. It reminds me that it lives. I talk a lot of shit about dead flowers and not doing things with dead flowers. I didn't take these off of plants and then be like, ah, you're dead. I mostly took these off of things that were dying or like already on the ground and like fresh off the ground so that they would still be able to be pressed flat. Where are my scissors? I said where are my scissors like I didn't know where they were, but I know where my scissors are because I have multiple pairs and I keep them in a lot of places. Keep that thing on me. Nope. Do I want to use... oh man! I'm a goober, because guess what? I'm looking at these backwards. I'm like, yeah, I'll use this one. It's cool, it's black, it's fine. It'll be cool with this. And I forgot, the black is the back side of these foils. They're foils. They look like foil on the front. Foil. So, literally... this is the front. I don't know what this is the front. Anyway, yeah, I got foils. They're pretty. They do things that I forget about. I just be looking at them like, yeah, I guess I'll do this with it. Look at these guys. I think I kind of want this one too. Maybe not. I don't know. Actually, hold on. Let's look at this. I don't like this flower here anymore.
Come close to me. I'll whisper in your ear the things that we could be. I'll drown us in the purple drapes that you were clothed in. We can live like royalty. I'll sing to you like a radio that's held beneath your window. Don't look so sad. Your crying eyes won't dry. You've gotta drive.
It's the little curry guys. No, they don't really show up. Oh, but I could use a sticker. Let's see what kind of stickers I have in here. I don't know, maybe I do it this way? I was trying to do it with the natural curvature of this bowl and do it like that and be like, aha, yes, beautiful, beautiful. But then it kind of looks like a headband in a way that I don't know I want to do. Or like a crown, like a flower crown, but then I don't want to paint a face on it. And then I don't want to have other things look like a face on it because then it'll be like, I don't know, it'll look weird to me. So, I don't know. Let me turn off my Bluetooth so that my phone doesn't die. That would be cool. Beep boop. Beep boop. Beep boop beep boop. Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep. Oh man, really? How is that possible? I thought I banned you. Didn't I?
I wanna go to a place where I can feel the rain again.
I'm sure.
The mountain where I can soar across the sky. And so my feet start to tremble, they lift off the ground. I leave it all behind. And I can see the horizon, it's calling my name. I leave it all behind.
I'm pretty sure I banned you before. How are you watching my things? I'm damn sure that I banned you because I was pretty sure you were a biggity bitty bot. You are banned. I can't even ban you. So how is this possible? You know, it's fine. We're just gonna keep it moving because I don't know. These are things that other people know how to do, but I do not, and I don't feel like figuring out right now. So let's look at these. Oh, so lovely. So many beautiful days ahead.
I wanna fly through the night and feel what I used to be. I wanna run away where I can soar across the sky.
Now I'm just cutting off as much of the foil that is not foil, like the plastic around it. It's possible because the less plastic there is around the edges, the more likely it is it won't be seen. Oh wait, I cut off one and I didn't cut off the other. Awkward. What do I put in here with this? Maybe I add these guys somewhere else? Oh wait, now it looks okay. Wait, but that kind of looks like a face in a way that I like, because it looks like a little cute boop 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 beep boop boop beep boop boop. Do you see the little boop boop? Wait, maybe. Oh, but now I kind of want to put it so that these two are outside, and this is further. Did my phone just die? No. Have you used the Dutch oven before? Have you used the Dutch oven before? Maybe? Possibly? Damn, I went from saying I didn't want it to look like a face to saying I want it to look like a face in seconds. Yes, correct. Definitely stew. It's definitely stew worthy. Wait, which one's the? Oh no. Are these the same? These are the same. That's interesting. It actually is that the end of it had more curvature. I guess that makes sense to kind of make it look like it's closed. One eyeball, two eyeball. Mouth. Little flower crown. Yep, little flower crown. It's been decided. You're a little cutie. You're a little cutie. Boop, 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 boop. If I keep fiddling with it, then maybe, just maybe, it'll look cuter. No, it really won't. It's cute as hell. And it's shiny. Oh, wait, this one's upside down. That's one thing that I figured out for the day isn't that swell. What just dropped on my foot? Goodbye stickers. Goodbye foils. Oh, what am I gonna do with you? You're so small. I can't put you in here, you'll definitely be lost. Can I put you on something? Yeah, you're gonna go in the hand. I was gonna use the crock pot, but either way. Meow, 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 meow. Something else I didn't mention I wanted to do today. I was making, like, way back when I started streaming, way back, I started painting trays and decorating one because I was gonna make it and I finished it. I don't know if I ever showed it. How it came out. Honestly, like, pretty happy with it in a lot of places. There's a little bit of overlap that I don't like, because although I did all the planning and spacing out on a different tray first, when I put them all down, I didn't, like, there weren't coordinates or a grid or anything to make sure I placed it appropriately, so at the end of the day there was some stuff that got shifted a little bit, but ooh-wee. I have so many stickers, and I've always wondered what I was going to do with all of them, and this was a way that I really appreciated. Just might do it again, thinking I'm going to do it again. Maybe have more of a theme with the stickers, as opposed to just picking ones that I think I like and seeing if they fit well together. Which, like, worked just fine. I like everything that's on here. I just want to see if I can theme it a little bit more. I see that there's a lot of pink on here, which is always wild to me. Like, I never really like pink, but it shows up everywhere for me. Every time. I grew up thinking that if I had pink, then people would think I was a girl, and I didn't want people thinking I was a girl because being a girl was, like, had certain expectations, and, you know, people looked at you a specific way, and I was like, I don't want any of that. I don't want any of that. I don't want to be a lady. I don't want people thinking that I'm frilly or fragile or need saving or any of that. They can miss me. And so I was very against pink for the longest time. And then I realized that, like, who in the world decided that a color meant a gender? And also, why am I against a gender when really I'm actually against people just thinking about genders in such busted ways? So, I've reconciled with pink. It shows up a little bit more in things. As you can see on the tray, there are a lot of pink things today. That was actually accidental. I was trying to make glow in the dark, right? I was trying to make glow in the dark pink stuff, and unfortunately I didn't add enough glow in the dark pigment, the glitter that was there, so it doesn't glow. It's just a bunch of pink stuff. So, like, I just have to come to terms with the things that I make, because sometimes they come out not how I want them to, and they don't look bad, you know? This rainbow looks adorable as hell. It's very it's very on brand for Valentine's Day. Am I on brand for Valentine's Day really often? No. That's why I have these anti-conversation hearts. My favorite is the one that says ew. But anyway, oh, there's stuff on this because I use it and it gets gross. But, yeah, this was fun. I'm probably gonna do it again. I pulled out a tray to do it again, so I think I will. I just really have to sit and figure out what I want to do with all these stickers. That's for later. For now, we're gonna stick to the plan and do the things that I said I was gonna do first. Gross. Are these people saying words in the music? Oh man, my wipes. Fuck. Woo! Let's see what we're looking at here. The top as well as the bottom. Okay. Okay. Oh, but I'm not about to do all this stuff in my comfy, because then I'll get stuff on it and I'll be upset. Yo, I didn't clean my tiny brushes. Shit. What tiny brushes do I have that are clean? Ooh, but the real question is, what do I put in these lines? Oh my gosh. I didn't think about that. Oh god. Oh gosh. First, I gotta peel this black out of this. Is it not gonna peel? No, it's only gonna chip? Ew! I'm not peeling it then. Sometimes I can peel the paint out and it's just fine. It comes out a nice clean layer. Not this time. Jeez, I don't know what colors to put in this. I want it to stand out. But I also want it to not be too standouty because it's so sparkly. I want all the sparkles to sparkle. That's better. This was in the container. I don't. Ooh. Things I didn't do that I meant to do because I was supposed to. Yikes. Being an adult is gross. Trying to manage a life is disgusting. Gross. True. This song is getting kind of annoying. Good thing it's over.
To be honest, I don't have the words for this feeling. I feel alive every time we in my house just chilling. These butterflies come to life and my head starts spinning. And I crash every time that you say you're leaving. You know there's nothing I'd rather do than walk down the road and chill with you. Whenever I'm gone a while.
Is it really? Is it? Is it? Who's somebody that I follow that makes engraved molds like that, such that I could use it as a comparison? Makes molds like that. I don't know.
You belong in my arms and I know you know it. Far apart, yeah, we both get a little bit homesick. And I know you're in bed feeling worse than ever. Because it just don't feel like home, and that's where to go.
I'm just trying to figure out if I'm appropriately pricing my hose.
Then walk down the road and chill with you. Whenever I'm gone a while, I can't help
I don't
but miss
think I
your
did.
smile.
I don't know.
I wish that I was back
I don't know.
home.
I don't know.
I wish that
I don't know. I don't want people to see things and think, oh yeah, and then be like, ooh, but if it was just a little bit cheaper, I'd buy it because I'd rather that they bought it than have that thought. gosh. What? Huh? I don't know who made this, but that makes me a big old uncomfy. Big old uncomfy, my dude. How do I? I'm sorry to do all this internal screaming out externally. Honestly, it's not how I'd like things to go. It's just how things are going for me right now. Because it's just been that kind of weekend. It's really been that kind of weekend where internal screaming has been external.
Every little wind turns into storms. What if everybody's used to their own features? What if we got nothing more than this?
Boop, boop, boop.
Please remember
Bloop,
what
bloop.
I said.
I'm trying to make money.
Remember
Yeah.
what I told you.
Trying to make money. Yeah.
Please remember what I said about
Ooh, something new.
Remember what I told you about us.
What resin do you use? Because you got a lot of alcohol linked to it. This is what happens when I get on my phone. I get distracted and then I'm just like, it's a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. I'm just watching somebody pour something on Instagram right now because I was trying to reply to a message because somebody was like, oh, how much are you selling this mold for? But I didn't reply to them. So I thought, oh my gosh, that's adorable. Wow, that was worth waiting for. She is a cute little bear. A cute little bear. Let me get off of this thing. Were there other things I was on there for? Maybe. Will I remember them later? Probably. Do I remember them now? Absolutely not.
Every little sentence turns to gold.
So I have 2 copies of these Fight Me earrings. And I don't know what color to do for either of them.
What if we got nothing more than this? Please remember.
Gonna use this glow in the dark teal.
about magic. Remember
I didn't know I owned this.
about us. Please remember.
The real question is, how does it glow? I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick because it's the only room in my house that doesn't really have light like that. Because all the others have windows of some sort, and my bathroom has a window, but it also has like really dark shades because the window faces the outside, and I don't want people looking inside my blinds while I'm showering. You know, I just went into the bathroom thinking it was gonna glow without charging it or anything. I was just like, why aren't you glowing? I didn't charge it.
I'm not far from the tree. I flow like I'm a butterfly, sting like a beamer. IH features, got my running around with my head in the clouds, spinning lost and then found. When they woke up and frowned, tell myself I'm the man. I was right to be left. Now I'm back to myself. Who am I to keep on holding you from everything you want?
Oh, it glows. So, what am I going to paint this color? What's gonna glow today? I really want everything to glow since it's not glowing and I wanted it to, but that would be excessive and I don't think that this aqua's gonna go well with this pink. I also don't think I want it with the milkshake. Because it's too close in color. Are those all there?
Looking right, left, going straight. Don't know where to go, wanna hide away. I'm reflecting myself. You are no good for me.
Wow, this music is definitely not the vibes I was going for. I actually kind of like the way that stands out. And maybe when it dries it won't be as bright, maybe it will, who knows. See, it's almost like they heard me and knew that I was going to change the station. Because this song is not like the last song. Man, I still think about sometimes I was playing Apex and some guy was like, oh man, Octobun? Watch your streams all the time. Is this the real Octobun? And I was like, is this real? Is this real? Could someone actually know who I am? This can't be real. Partner was like, he's trolling. And I was like, even if he is, Why me? Why? Why this sperm? You know, sometimes I say that and I recognize that not that many people have the context for what that's from, and then I look real weird saying that. In Legally Blonde, when Elle Woods was defending that first case that got the professor's attention about the guy who was trying to have like custody rights or something, or was like stalking somebody that he had been the donor for. And she was like, I don't know if he has a case, because, you know, why this donation? Why this sperm? And he was like, oh man, I think you just won the case. And in my head, I was like, if that's what can win a case, being a lawyer is wild. Because I ask those kind of questions all the time. Why now? Why this sperm? Why? Why? Why did they decide that they wanted to make a troll and say that they knew who I was on the stream? Because honestly, if they knew who I was, they shouldn't have been fangirling in any way, shape, or form. Because they should know, if they watch my streams, that I'm no good at Apex and we were about to die. But, you know, they want to troll, they want to troll. And if they want to die, they surely will with me. Sometimes I win, but, you know, it's a rarity. Especially when I'm playing with my partner. I don't know what it is. Like, winning with him is hard. I think we have very different strategies of playing. When I win without him, it's because I'm usually laying back in the fights. And trying to see what people are doing. Trying to play good cover in junks. And when I play with my partner, there's not really that opportunity, because he just goes in and then all of a sudden runs away. And then goes back in some sort of, you know, strategy that maybe makes sense to him, but doesn't to me, because I don't like to have to move back and forth. That's how you die. That's how I die. I stay where I stay. I kill people or I don't. And if I try and get sneaky and go ahead of people, that's usually when I die. So I'll either try and be sneaky and be like, let me just go into this secret room and see if they're here. And then it's the whole team, and then I'm dead. And then he's like, why were you there? I'm like, cause I didn't know they were there. Yeah, I like the way this looks. Will I do everything in white? I mean, this isn't even white. It's an aqua that looks white on this because it's not as blue. Yeah, I like the way that looks. Maybe I'll just do the lettering? I don't know. We'll get there when we get there. For now, I like what it's looking like, so we're gonna keep doing it. Wish I had a tinier brush. Ooh, I do have one that's clean. I just thought it wasn't clean because it was over with the other ones that weren't clean. A blessing. Although, it's gone through some things. Nope, don't like this tiny brush. It's not really collecting paint in a way that makes it any better than this bigger brush, which is unfortunate. It's not collecting or depositing paint in a way that is any better than this bigger brush. I was about to say sorry for being left-handed, but I'm not sorry for being left-handed so much as I am sorry that this is the setup that I have right now. That makes it kind of hard to see things because I'm left-handed, and the space that I have is on the left. So the camera kind of has to go here. No. I can't really move the camera anywhere else because of its necessity to be connected to the computer. And yeah, this is as far away from the computer as it can be already. So what I'd really like is to have like an articulating arm, which I think they have more for microphones than they have for cameras. But yeah, I don't know where the dot is. So I was just painting randomly above the J because I didn't know where the little dot for the J would be. And eventually I found it. Eventually. Ooh, I can't cross my legs like this for that long. Wow, my hip is broken. Wow, that hurt. Okay, ow. Ouch. What in the world? You know I'm hitting that plank tussie. Why would anybody do this? Why? You know, fans of SpongeBob are getting older and they're doing some really, really, really weird things. Plank tussie. Like, what? Oh no. Is this what chill brace brings me? This is not chill. Is it chill? I don't know. Like, is this chill compared to other things? I feel like an old lady. I just want my smooth jazz. But I'll put on elevator music, man. The little guy there. There. Okay. It didn't have enough paint before. You really couldn't see the little apostrophe. I need to switch stations though. We're going to elevator music.
bound only by frozen memories. Lost in time, racing all these.
No, see, I'm kind of mad at myself a little bit because I was sitting here thinking I wanted something chill, but the minute this came on, I was like, okay. I think I just didn't want it. I just didn't want instruments, and I didn't want, not instruments, I didn't want vocals. And I wanted more, yeah, like more soft-toned instruments, like the xylophone. Yeah, the next song's not gonna be anything like this. I feel it in my heart. I remember this elevator song. Not from my times in elevators, from this playlist. I remember this song. Weird. So there isn't actually any sort of height to this, the hole in the A. I don't know if it didn't, there was like a bubble in the ore, or if the mold doesn't have it. I don't remember from the last time I made this that it was having an issue there, so. Woo, this thing sparkles. know what I just noticed? A grammatical thing. This has an apostrophe when it doesn't need to. By its thickness, by it is thickness. Don't judge a milkshake by its thickness. You know, you live your life, you see mistakes, and it'll be just fine. What if I just don't add paint to that area? Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. And just like that, it's grammatically correct again. Bingo bango, you didn't even know. The word of the day is bingo bango. It's a word? Yeah, it's hyphenated. Bingo bango. Could it be two words? Surely. Not the way I say it. Egad. A message. Man, that is not the better question, and you know it, you fucking troll. The better question is not why not. Now it's kind of like a second coat of sorts. The first layer kind of is the paint adhering to the texture of the engraving. And then the second layer is the paint adhering to the other paint so that it is opaque instead of being able to see all the little kind of bumps and ridges from the texture of the engraving. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell the difference between what this looks like and what that looks like, but to me it looks very different. Like there's much more consistent like color across the letters when I've added more paint compared to when I haven't yet. Or maybe that's just because the paint dried. I like to think it's because there's more paint that's being added, you know, reducing the transparency of it all. Hold up. Didn't we just hear this song? Are there like 3 elevator songs that are YouTube safe? We surely just heard this song. Interesting. I might have to find a new program for music. This is starting to get annoying. Oh man, another thing I forgot. See, and even if I have a plan, so many things don't get done. I was gonna start a 3D print. I still can, honestly. It's 5 o'clock. It's not like it's too late. It's not like I'll have to go to sleep with the printer on if I start something right now. Yeah, they must have only like 3 songs that are YouTube safe in the elevator playlist, because this is insane. Too many things that I want to do right now. And half of them I actually don't want to do. I just feel like I need to do them for some reason. Switching stations. Took it off of YouTube safe. I'm done with the YouTube safe. YouTube can suck my balls. Ceviche? Ceviche? Oh my gosh, Ceviche, no! Ceviche, no! Ceviche! Okay, it's not dead. Ceviche is the name of my USB key. I'm screaming, I just named it Ceviche because I don't know. Actually, I do know why. I've had this USB key since high school, and I had been watching Chowder, and I really liked the character of Ceviche because for a while I wasn't sure of Ceviche's gender, and then when I found out, I was like, oh man, he thirsty. And then it was just funny. He was always so bitter because he wanted to date Panini, but Panini wanted Chowder, and it was just a really awkward love triangle because Ceviche was just the other overachiever. Like in any kind of if this were Degrassi, someone would have shipped Ceviche and Panini together years ago because they would have been the two overachievers working together, making things happen. But then there would also be the other 50% of shippers that said, you know what? Panini doesn't need somebody like her. She needs somebody wild, somebody random, somebody who doesn't clean his belly button. Give her a man like Chowder. And Chowder doesn't want anything to do with her. And, you know, I also just like the way Ceviche sounds. So I'm either going to make an organizer for my Dremel bits or a bunch of keychains. And I think that I know that I'm already gonna make the keychains, because as much as I would like to have an organizer for my Dremel, I don't need it. They can be in bags. Sorry for the weird long silence. I had to pee, and then, sometimes when you go to the bathroom and you're just sitting there, and it's not like you're doing anything. It's not like you're really focused on anything. You just kind of space out on the toilet. That happened to me just now. And I was like, I don't even have my phone. How did I just do that? And I snapped myself right out of it. Here we are. Yeah, I started this stream, I have these plans, I have these ideas, and I believe I will continue them, but I'm also conscious of the fact that I started this stream to get myself out of my head, because it's been a hard weekend, and I'm having a hard time staying out of my head, so sitting on the toilet was not a mistake, because you know you gotta evacuate your wastes and whatever, but just giving myself a space to sit with my mind was not working out very well. Which is also why I had to snap myself out of it. I was like, whoa, 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 where you going, buddy? Oh, you're just on the toilet. Get off the toilet, you were doing things. But yeah, fuck. Let me start this print. It says it'll be done in 2 hours, an hour and 59 minutes actually, which means it'll probably be done in an hour and 58 because the last couple layers, even though it says that it has a certain number, it always spends the last layer or two actually just rising above the resin vat. It just kind of spends the last two layers elevating above to its final resting position. First I was doing it because I felt it, then I was like, I wonder how long I could keep this going. And I probably could have kept it going longer, but I started off so strong, you know? You gotta, if you're gonna try and do a marathon, you gotta start off with the right pacing. You can't just try and figure out the pacing later on. Because that's how you get tired. Maybe it just dries really pale. Because I did quite a thick layer on these letters here, and they're kind of drying to just tininess. Not tininess. I can't think of the word I want to use. It's drying very pale. Maybe clear. Not really clear, but clear. I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. A space soda. A space soda can't be wrong. But if it dries clear on the space soda, that'd be really annoying because it would make the lettering really hard to see. It's like, look at that. That looks good. And then when that glows, that'll look good. But I'm afraid it's not gonna dry that way. Maybe wondering, wait, you were so delicate with the text. Now I see you doing all this, like you don't care at all where it goes in the lines. Or outside of the lines, what's happening? Why are you so careless now? And, you know, the answer is, really, I'd be as careless as I wanted with the tray. It's just that it's harder to wipe it off because of the rim. You just end up wiping it into the edge, and then it's hard to scrape out. So I don't really paint things with this kind of recklessness when they're trays. But a flat, I just wipe off, just like that. It's like, whoop, flat. Bloop, flat. Gone. All the excess is gone. Then they just look cool. I don't know, yeah, I'm liking the way this looks with this. I might paint these Fight Me that color too. I really hope this doesn't dry though. This this one's kind of like a mixture of the tray and the flats because it's got so many holes. I have to be kind of careful where I paint, because if I get it into the crevices or try and wipe away and it just gets stuck in the crevices, then I've got paint in places that I can't really reach. I have to use a Q-tip or a toothpick to get it out. And then even though I was so damn delicate in pouring this, it still created a lot of bubbles. I don't know what it is about this mold, or what it is about the way that I'm pouring it. It doesn't lend to releasing the bubbles. They just kind of stay within the mold in a way that I don't quite understand. I don't think there's been a time that I've made this that when I was going to paint the lines I didn't find a bubble that I didn't know was there when I first looked at it, because I was like, oh yeah, this is really nice, it came out really clean, and I go to paint it and there's this weird dip or divot in the wall and it collects more paint than it should, and I'm like, that's not how the letter's supposed to look. Why is there a weird tumor on this E? And the tumor is a bubble. Like, look at this M. It's got a face in itself because it's got bubbles in between all the little points. So that means that next time I pour this, I have to be careful and really use a toothpick to get everything out. Because, like, even there's some on the sides, there's some on the back. It's just a mess. Wait, did this one do it too? They did it in the same place. Is this intentional? Or is this just... No, I just did the same thing twice because it's not present on these at all. I just did the same thing twice. Not as dramatic, but there's still a little 3-dot situation going on in the M. Yeah, I don't think this dries in a way that I can actually do what I want with it. This isn't going to dry the way I want it to. It's going to lose all of its color. I didn't think it was a given that a glow-in-the-dark paint would dry clear, you know? Because this one had color, I thought that it would keep that color. And maybe it is, it's just not noticeable on these dark backgrounds, but, either way, I think it's gonna dry and I'm not gonna really be able to see the detail that I did. I'm gonna have to do it all over again. So I'm gonna stop painting things that color. Yeah, you can already see it drying. Pooh. Yeah, man, look, they're gone in real time. I don't know if you were paying attention, because I surely wasn't. But, gone. This glows in the dark now, but you can't see the lettering otherwise. And that seems useless to me. Like, how is a paint even aqua if it dries to this? Like, where is the aqua in this? If I paint over top of it, will I lose all of the glow-in-the-dark stuff? Will it still glow behind the other paint? Ooh, I got lazy painting. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Gee golly. The physics of it all. And this felt like it was snot. Or slime. Back from the days when Nick Cannon was sliming people. This is less the consistency of paint than I would like. But it's going in these grooves like it's its job. And that's all I want, really. And this one, although, actually, now that I think about it, it could still do the same thing. Because when I put this same idea, like I put this glow-in-the-dark medium, or glow-in-the-dark pigment in this glass medium, and I painted it on the piggies that are in the slideshow, that I made into magnets last week. I used this paint on certain parts of the piggies, but it's only visible on the one with the box because I guess of its because of the sheer amount of it that was in that space compared to the other ones. Like, I had painted the wings on one of the pigs. I think it was mostly the wings. I think I mostly painted the wings on the pigs. But they're really hard to see. You can't really see that there's paint in them even. Let alone that it might glow. So I'm hoping that's not the same here. But it probably will be. I wonder if it's a matter of how much medium I put in there. Like, if there was less medium, would it not do this? Would it actually dry more opaque? I don't know. I'm not really a paint person. I just happen to paint sometimes. Yeah, because how's this paint into this? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, it kind of looks cool. Ooh. This looks periwinkly here. Why does it look like periwinkle here? I don't care. I really don't. Whoa. same idea, but it looks better. As in, you can see it. Oh man, that's too much. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Tired of this light. What's that look like? Terrible. I was trying to not have the lamp headlight be right over the viewing space, but truly, there aren't really many places it can be that it won't do that. Soul. Laziness, just a bunch of laziness. Will it make a mess? Absolutely making messes with my lazinesses. Okay, we just gonna wipe real quick, hope and pray. Hey! Hey! Why? See, I also don't like that the medium dries in a way that kind of makes it chunky and weird, so that also leads me to think that I didn't add enough of one or the other. Pigment or medium. know why. I really don't know how I got here in my head. But I started thinking about Zendaya and just generally how amazing she is. First it was I was thinking about her in Euphoria, and then I was like, man, she was all the way in Spider-Man, just living her life, and now she dating a whole ass Spider-Man. That's wild. But then go back into Euphoria, because I tried to rewatch, not rewatch. I tried to watch the like part 1 special thingy that happened, like maybe last year it was released. And then I realized I'd already seen it and was like, wow, I watched this and after watching it didn't continue watching. Why is that? And then I continued watching and was like, oh yeah, I remember now. This show is so heavy. Like what I was thinking of, what had me thinking about Zendaya was when she was talking about, she was in Zendaya's character. What's her name in that show? The name is blank. It's gone. There is no name. She is nameless in that show. She is iconic. She doesn't need a name. But she's at a diner with her sponsor. Hold on, I'm looking for my white paint, and it's looking like I don't even have white paint, which would be confusing to me, so I just need, it's gonna take 2 seconds. I was in the middle of a sentence and I understand that, but... A bitch doesn't have white paint. Uh-huh. I've been living my life not using white paint. That's wild. Oh my gosh. Did they know? I just got a notification from HBO Max saying that a new episode of Euphoria is out and to watch it now, and I'm just angry because, like, how did they know? Oh, I can't do that. There has to be a way I was painting things white without a marker. You're trying to tell me that in all these paints, none of them are white? There you are. HBO Max knew. They were like, oh, somebody's talking about Euphoria. Don't you want to know what happens next? I haven't even watched the second special because I didn't finish the first one that I had watching for the second time, right? I was like, oh man, I don't remember how this ends, but maybe I never finished it. Maybe that's why I don't remember how it ends. It must get heavier. And so I just turned it off and never finished it the second time. Because I know I started it, because what I was watching was familiar. Oh, I was talking about, oh yeah. So she was in the diner with her sponsor, and they were talking about things and life and all that jazz, and she was talking about how one of the steps is like accepting a higher power, and she's like, yeah, I can't really get behind that. And her sponsor starts talking to her about, like, you know, you really don't believe anything bigger than yourself. And she starts naming, like, tangible things that she just is jokingly saying are bigger than herself, right? Like the impact the song has on the world. Which is like big, the impact is bigger than her, right? But then he goes on to be like, you know, even if you don't believe in God, God believes in you. And she was like, yeah, you can say that and all, but like, why? What's the point? And he starts talking about, you know, God giving everybody a purpose, and you know, even if she doesn't really know why she's on this earth as she is, God has put her on this earth for a reason. And then she starts talking because her dad died of cancer when she was young, And so she's like, okay, so then what you're saying is that when my dad died, he died for a reason, and that, you know, his purpose, he had fulfilled his purpose on Earth, which doesn't make sense to me, because you know, I would think that his purpose was to take care of me and my sister, to be a husband and father. So you're trying to tell me that God just didn't support that purpose? And he didn't know really how to respond to that. There was some silence for a little bit as he processed that and tried to, you know, bring it back to something that was acceptable / something they could still talk about, continue conversation with. I don't even remember how that conversation ended now, because when I think about it, it didn't end in any like constructive way. Because he went out to take a smoke and talk to his kids. Oh, that's what happened. Yeah. And then she goes on and asks him about his kids and things like that. And he says, let me go outside to smoke. Then he calls his kids. And why are you spreading more paint as I wipe? Okay, this paper towel is dead. It's dead to me. It's only spreading things as opposed to picking them up. It can miss me, and it can go to hell. Ooh, those lines look so neat. Man, that show's just too heavy for me. Just all around too heavy. Because, you know, I couldn't watch Euphoria in the beginning too because of it's stressing me out. You know, she was saying things that I really resonated with. Not with respect to addiction, but with respect to trying to not be in her head, right? Like, just feeling overwhelmed, feeling like I need to not think so that I can be alive. And, you know, it sucks to be in that position, because you know that when you're in that position, you know, right, that at the end of the day, things are okay, like, everything you're thinking could be true, could be false, whatever, you really don't know. You can only live with what you're telling yourself, right? And if you continue to tell yourself that there's no point, and that, you know, the thoughts are too dark, that they need to be suppressed as opposed to dealt with in some way. I don't know, like, I'm not in a place where I'm trying to suppress my thoughts, but I'm also not in a place where I can heal from them, because I'm stressed out about too many things. There's not really time to heal from my thoughts or try and challenge them too often. I just have to either already have the tools to challenge them, which, like, luckily for me, I have been working on this previously enough that I have tools for some things. I can challenge the words that I tell myself sometimes. Then there are those days when everything just doesn't make sense. No matter how you try and tell it to yourself. And, those days are hard. And on those days, I craft a lot so that I don't get in my head and I get excited about the things that I can create, and I remind myself that I'm able to make things and think about things critically and have patience for myself and others. Because I sit here and I tell myself I don't have patience, right? But then, like, it's already been 2 hours of me doing this, and I've done 1.5 pieces to completion. I guess you can call this complete. I don't like the way it looks anymore. This is done though. I'm happy with that. These space soda gem, I don't know. These fight knees, I don't know. Like, do I want to put more on them so they look easier to read? I don't know. I kind of like that they're hard to read right now. And I know that when they're in the dark, they're gonna glow. So I think that those are cool. But here I do not like this. I need these words to be legible. I don't know. I sit here and I'm like, man, I'm not have patience for anything. Man, I don't have patience for anything. And then I look and I see how much time I spend fiddling in Tinkercad and Chitubox and Blender, trying to make something work, learning new skills to see if I can make it work. And I'm like, oh yeah, okay. So maybe, just maybe, the patience that I have is specific. Like it is for anybody, you know? Like, maybe there are people out there that have global patience for everything. Like, power to them, whatever. I don't know how they do it. I don't really care. I don't need it. But I think that most people only have patience for some things. And if I can understand that for myself and apply it to other things, that'd be kind of cool. Like, okay, I like to think that I'm pessimistic, but then when I come into my crafts, there's nothing really pessimistic about me. Maybe there's some realism, like I don't know how this is gonna work, but or like I don't like how things look, right? But there isn't really judgment on my part as to like my ability to make things look good, or if things don't come out the way that I want them to, that they don't look good to me still. Like everything that I said today was pink, was supposed to glow in the dark, and none of it does, but like look at this. This looks good. This looks cute as hell. And when you change it in different colors, I don't know if you can see, wait, okay, maybe I can show you. Okay, so right now it kind of looks like there's red here. And now it's green. Maybe if I bring it closer. Boop, 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 boop. Trying to get it out of the lights. Get the light out of the way. Yeah, okay. So, it looks like it's all purples and pinks. Can I get it in frame and stop looking so goofy? Where's the camera pointing? Oh my gosh. It's here. Ta-da! It looks purples and pinks. And shinies and rainbows. And then maybe I tilt it this away? Maybe this away. It's all in the light. No, yeah, you can't really tell. Maybe I'll have to take pictures. Maybe you can tell. Maybe I was just being impatient. I can't tell. It's hard to show on the camera this way. But in some lights, it's all purples and pinks, and then in some lights, it's golds and reds and yellows and all sorts of things. It's a very dynamic rainbow. It's how I like my rainbows to look. I want them to switch up on you, look real confused. So you're like, wait. I thought this rainbow made sense. Why doesn't this rainbow make sense? And I'm like, 'cause sense is for suckers. Just appreciate the rainbow, sucker. And that's how I feel. Now, that's not a new Skittles tagline, because that totally wouldn't fly, but they probably said something like appreciate the rainbow, taste the rainbow. I don't know. They say some weird things. But when I say appreciate the rainbow as a tagline, it made me think of respect the pouch. Respect it. The Capri Sun commercials. There were a lot of things that you could and could not do with a Capri Sun pouch. There were like rules of things not to do. You know, like don't blow it up and sit on it. Don't blow up and step on it. There were a lot of don't blow it ups and do other things with it. There were a lot of rules about what not to do with the Capri Sun pouch. But the consequences for doing the things were always funny. It was like the rule was named after the consequence. Because if you blew up the pouch and then you stepped on it, your head became a balloon. At least that's what I remember. I don't know. That's how I remember the commercial. Respect the pouch. And it'd be a little thing you did, and then at the end it'd say respect it. I know Capri Sun's still making juice. I wonder how they're advertising their juice these days. I might have to look up a commercial. Not right now though. I'm focused. You know what I'm not hearing? The music. I wonder how long. / if there's actually music still playing. Maybe it's because the printer's going I can't hear the music playing. Maybe it's because I'm talking so much I can't hear the music playing. I'm gonna have to check. Oh, look how cute you are! What? The print's already at 50%. Time really flies. Wow. Actually, it was only a 2-hour print, so it's been an hour. But still, wow. Ooh, you know what? Let me take this call. Not this call, let me, Nope, there's the music. Yep, I just couldn't hear it, but now I hear it just like that. Ooh, gosh, I got cold. Did the sun set? Yes. Man, talk about laziness. I'm getting tenders today, And I go to the place and they ask me how many I want. I say 8. And they're like, you going to a party? I'm like, no. I just want leftovers. They're like, they still seem confused. Like, what? How many do you eat? And I was like, I mean, I eat them for multiple meals. You know, I eat 3 one day, 3 another day. He was like, you know, it's better if you get them fresh. And I was like, yeah, but I'm not about to make that walk every day fresh. He was like, oh, so it's laziness. And I was like, I mean, yes. But also, if I wasn't lazy, I'd be making my own chicken. And he didn't have anything to say after that. And that was the end of the conversation. But, like, he really called me lazy while he's giving me food. Like, if he truly was trying to challenge my laziness, he would not be telling me that I need to come to his place more often. Like, I get it. That's how you make your money. But, laziness is not what's stopping me from coming to this tender place regularly. It's money. And, well, also the desire to go outside, but, like, that really comes secondary. And you know, when I say if I weren't lazy, I'd fry my own chicken, you know, I have a tendency to forget that I have chicken in my fridge and then it goes bad. So I don't really buy meat that often. Oh, how did I do that? Ouch. I don't know what I just did, so I can't even describe it to you, but it hurt. That's 2 trays done. I really don't know what to do with this, cause look at this shit. It's blended, it's like very invisible right now. It's very hard to read this. You know what? Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. You know, let's just really rub it in there. And then, instead of wiping it off when it's dry, I'm gonna scrape it when instead of wiping it off when it's wet, I'm gonna scrape it when it's dry. And see if that keeps some of the paint in there. And, maybe keeps it blue. Excuse me. So this is something I got from Daiso. It's a little, maybe like kitchen scraper. But I use it to scrape paint. And it's been pretty helpful, as you saw. And I'm going to be using it to scrape this when it's dry and hope that it works out. Why is Cledwin in this little thingy? Where's... What? Where is he going? Cledwin! They put a dog in a little sled and they're carrying him around on a little sled like he's a little piece of cargo on the Iditarod. Okay, well, that's some things I wanted to paint minus these bad boys, and I'm avoiding painting them because I don't know what I want to do. I figured out what I want to do. This is leather paint, which is why it comes with a little brush like this so you can paint it on leather. It's called Paradise Purple. I got it because I saw that people were using leather paint to paint their resin pieces and I wondered if it was any better or worse. What I've experienced is I can't really tell. Maybe it does something for other people. It's not doing anything for me. And by doing anything, I mean doing anything different. It's just, it's paint to me. It behaves like paint. It's just very, I guess maybe the reason that it's used is because since it's going on leather, right? It's pigmented, there's not really any wishy-washiness about the color you're getting. It's going on. Because who wants to fuck around and not paint the color that they're trying to paint their leather? They already are taking the time to paint it. You're trying to tell me that they have to do line work and then the line work isn't full and they have to do another coat of just the line work to fill it? No. Surely leather paint and leather work and leather decoration is something that you do in multiple coats because even on the instructions it says to apply in multiple coats, you know? Thin, even coats. But still, you don't want to have to sit and wonder, golly, is this coat really covering my leather? Because then you're gonna have to do another one and you're already gonna have to put maybe like, I don't know. Actually, something about leather paint I don't know but probably should is if it like needs an extra layer of sealant to stay on the leather, or if it's just good from there. In my mind, everything needs sealant because how else do you keep it in? But I can imagine in some cases extra layers of stuff like sealant could affect the way that the leather paint and the leather behaves. Like maybe it gets really crackly. Maybe leather paint doesn't get crackly because of some like overall properties of the paint. Yeah, I think purple was a good move because as pink as these looked, they didn't look that pink, you know? They were kind of too light and they're not gonna glow, so I'd rather they looked like they had some fuchsia fighting going on. I don't know why I said fuchsia fighting, because what I really just wanted to say was fuchsia. But you know, sometimes you gotta fight. Maybe because I'm reading this thing that says fight me. I thought fight. Who knows? Not high. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Laziness. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Laziness. Yo. But also, I don't. Okay, so like, I think because this paper towel was also wet in some places, it's really disintegrating, and I don't like that. Need my toothpick to get into these crevices. Yeah. And I think enough time has passed. It's time to scrape this paint off. I just don't. Did I just scrub all the paint out of the eye? The scraper got off a lot, but not everything. And now there's a lot of excess paint in between the letters, so I'm trying to scrape all of that away. But in doing so, I'm actually scraping up the paint that's in the letters. And I think because of the medium, it's just drying really weird. So I think I'm gonna leave it alone and then just pour clear resin over it and hope that the letters are clear, and if they're not, I will be very upset and will keep it moving. I hate this. I actually don't like this at all. I thought I was just going to keep it moving and be upset, but then I looked at it again. And I was like, this is not clean. This is not consistent. Yep. I think that's where we're gonna stop it, because if we keep messing with it, I'm going to kill something. I don't know what it'll be. I might just... Nah, I can't really snap a piece of resin. I've tried. I can't really do that. Yeah, I'm gonna stop looking at it because I keep wanting to fiddle with it and I don't know how I want to fiddle with it. I just keep wanting to mess with it. So. So all of these things are going to be domed. I don't really trust any of these tables anymore. Not a single one. Need to put all these paints away, but I didn't, and I already put the container away, so I don't know what to do about that for now. We're just gonna leave it alone. These bags are gonna go on the floor. Hold a second. Jazz gets me in the vibes to just live life. There's so much creativity in the riffs. Say goodbye to all the pieces. Because they're going away to be domed. Do I dust the chocolates different colors? I think I do. Gold. Always believe in your soul. You've got the power to know you're indestructible. You always believe in, 'cause you are gold. Okay, so gold will always have a place in my heart because I listened to that song by Spandau Ballet. Spandau Ballet. On loop during every finals week I had in undergrad. I was listening to that song on loop because it had just the right BPM that it made you feel motivated to keep moving. The lyrics were just obscure enough that you could understand what they were going for, but they also don't make sense all the time. Like, these are my salad days. If he's not saying these are my salad days, I need to see the lyrics somewhere that don't say these are my salad days, because I swear every time I've looked at the lyrics it says these are my salad days. And what are salad days, guys? What does that mean? Why is he talking about my salad days in a song? I don't know. But all I know is that song got me through school. To say the least. Got a little bit of a bongo thing going on, you know? Or not bongo, but I don't know. Maybe it is a bongo? No, actually, yeah, I'm not good with percussive instruments. I can't tell you. There are 6 chocolates here. Are these the 6 colors that I want for these chocolates? No, these are too strong. Oh my. Do I have any more Q-tips? Yay, I do. Come on. Come on. I think I dipped my pinky in this on accident. Whoa there. Come on. I need you to come back easily, please. Excuse me. This one. would people rather pay? I'm still sitting here thinking, okay, sent a link for that thing to the person who wanted the mold. I sent it to the person that was like, oh, how much is it? And now I guess I can't expect the order to come in immediately. But in my mind, like, I'm wondering, what do I need to do to have conversions? Because really, people are visiting my site. I'm seeing that. It's happening. People are visiting, but they're not buying anything. And I don't know why that is. Like, I don't know what it is about my pictures or about the posts or whatever that isn't hitting people. So in my mind, I was like, maybe it's because I have free shipping. People are like, it's a trap. Free shipping's a trap. Because everything is more expensive because it's free shipping. Like, I'm offsetting the costs by doing that. Something smells like it's burning, but I don't know what it is. But it's local to where I'm sitting. Nothing's overheating. There's 2 minutes left on this print, so in about 2 minutes I'm about to move and do other things. But only for a little bit. Because I'm gonna have to move the prints to the wash and cure. I don't like this gold chocolate anymore. It's a little too late for it though. Yeah, I can't really be anything else. I did add a layer of bronze to it, so maybe that'll do something. Yep, it's done. I was like, I don't hear it dropping anymore. I don't hear it. I don't know what the word is. I forgot the word. There's a word for the return speed, maybe? The return is not happening. It's just lifting now. The 3D printer, the build plate, is just lifting away from the vat as opposed to going back down because it's done. Look at these successful prints. I made some Octopeople. I made Saitama. I made these cool little geometric thingies. They're pendants. They have holes in the top so they can be made into pendants. You know what? It went so well. I'm just gonna say fuck it and do the drum hole organizer too. Except that thing said it's gonna take 4 hours, so I might pause it in the middle, or like, I don't know. I might be up at midnight. Who am I kidding? But yeah, I started the Dremel organizer print while I'm doing this washing floor setup.
Check it out.
Okay, that's all that set up. And then in 5 minutes when it beeps, I'll have to remove it. And let it dry. And then maybe in 4 hours when this other print is done, they'll be dry and I can cure them after I wash the Dremel organizer print. Glitters. Uh-oh. Hey now. Hey now. I didn't clean up after myself appropriately. Glitters, 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 glitters. Glitters, 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 glitters. I don't want any of these glitters. What about these glitters? Maybe that one. I don't know. Maybe that one. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. I've got ideas. I've got ideas. I've got ideas. No, I know what I want. Oh, I wonder if I want any more of these. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Actually. How green is this? It's looking too lively. But I think I do want... I know what I want. I just need to find it now. Please be in this container, because I believe you to be with them. Yes. No, I was wrong. I was wrong. It doesn't look right. Ah! Ah! Those are the blues. These are the greens. They're all a little too bright. And the oranges are a little too orange. Beep. I'm trying to figure out, so like, I know I said some wild things about adding flowers to the dead flowers. I don't want to do that. What I do want to do is have the stems be more vibrant than the flowers themselves. But still look dead. And it's looking like you have such a thing occur. Requires me doing a little bit of mixology and I don't want to. So I need to come out with a new idea. The first idea when I was like, I have an idea, it was to make this one, the Lurk Laugh Loathe, in it dusted with the holographic glitter of my soul. You see how it's dark but also sparkly? It's beautiful. That's my soul. It's got some glitter to it, but you know, if truly it needs to be dark for you to see the glitter. Otherwise it would just be, you know, regular schmegular. Indeed. I'm just opening the containers over and over again. Over and over again. What do I want to do? No! No! None of this feels right. I don't like that I have all this glitter and none of the glitter is what I want. Oh, forgot about these bad boys. Yes, yes. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Okay. On to the dusting. Oh no. Oh no. Hmm. Ooh, yep. Yep. And then the one that's going on by? Nirvana. Because, you know, death doesn't, I don't know. Nirvana is a state of, like, the ultimate something. I feel like it could be. I think I'm confusing Nirvana right now with Valhalla, which is not at all the same. I was trying to think of it as some sort of limbo, or some sort of place where people go when they die. I think I'm confusing that with Valhalla, and also actually, wait, no, wait a second. Nirvana is what's it called? Is it not? Yes. It's the final goal of Buddhism. Okay. I was like, wait a second. Nirvana means something else. I'm not doing this right. Nirvana is attributed to something positive. What's this positive thing it's attributed to? Yes. It's attributed to the positive thing of reaching the final stage of Buddhism, where you have attained nirvana by, you know, doing all of the good shits of forgoing things and having no real sense of self and just ultimate oneness with the universe type idyllic things. I was like, something feels wrong about how I'm describing Nirvana right now. I think I'm describing it as Valhalla. I was. Because Nirvana is although, yeah, no, because like, it's, right, you go through cycles of death and rebirth, but once you've attained Nirvana, you stop that, right? You're just done. Yeah, the subject's released from the effects of karma and the cycle of death and rebirth. It's your final form. The hopes and dreams of all Buddhists to finally break the cycle. Damn. What am I gonna do with this flower? Yup, this is gonna be messy. Where's the stem end? Oh, it's for this flower. Okay. I was having difficulty tracking the stems to figure out what I was doing and where it was going. It's glitter o'clock. It's glitter o'clock. Set your watch so that you're asleep during this time, because nobody should really be awake during glitter o'clock. It's a risky time. It's a risky time. I thought there was a bow on this, but it's just a bunch of dead leaves. Ain't that a trip? Aw, Bay. I would. I always want to play Apex if he's offering. Will I be ready in time? He's going to Target now. Yeah, but I could be ready, I think. I think I could be ready. And then we'll color the dead. What are those called? I'm thinking corpuscles, but corpuscles are not. Wait. See, now I feel like I just don't know words. Corpuscle. Corpuscle. That's the word I was thinking of. And it's related to a body in a cell. A body or cell in an organism. No, that's not what I want at all. What are the things? Now I have to look up flower anatomy because I've lost all information about plants. There's a word for it. It's the, I knew it started with a C. Calyx. This little part at the end of the flower that's before the petals and things. That is usually green until it dies and becomes like a really hard, like yellowish brown or something, depending on the flower. That's the calyx. And then the things falling off, the little green guys that come off of the calyx are the sepals. Man, forgetting words altogether. What a time. Sepals. Sepals and calyxes. Calyxes. I can't tell how many flowers there are. Oh my goodness. I think I just moved the camera and I'm sorry for that. But I think my knee just hit it and I don't really know how much it moved it, such that I'm not sure if I'm really pressed to adjust it. But I'm gonna check just because I need to know. What was I looking up? I forgot. Fuck. One, two, three, 4, 5. Was I just gonna do this to look at the flashlight and get a better camera? Look at that? I don't know. I don't remember. That sucks. I really be like that. I just forget things. It sucks. And those are the those are stems. Those are stems and leaves. Stems and leaves. And then we're gonna go outside of the glitter world to do the rest of it. And go to the more natural glitter of the world. Mica. The Earth's shiny things. Ooh. Tempted to make them bronze, so I think I shall. And then, all of these flowers are going to be interesting. I don't really have like dark colors except for black. So maybe I don't paint those. Maybe I give them some iridescence. The remnants of life. So like, I can see that there are 5 flowers because there are 5 stems, but I can't see where this flower begins and the flower next to it ends. I can't, no, see, look at this. So there are leaves here. And there are petals here. But then there's a stem and the calyx here. So the petals are here, making this bell. Like it's 2 plants? I don't really know, man. Ah. And if I decide to make them different colors, then I'm definitively saying, you know what? Yeah, they're just gonna both be gold. If we can even say there's a both. I think I was gonna make one of these flowers blue, but I think I might just make one purple and one red again. Do I make them all different colors? Yeah, I think I do. I changed my mind. Because I don't even know if there is flour to have here. Is there flour to have here? This? Yep, that was a leaf. Oh well. Now it's a petal. Whew, thank goodness I didn't actually turn that sideways like I wanted to. I was about to turn that sideways and the lid was not on. That was about to be a mess. I just turned it and was like, whoop! And the whole thing would have been upside down. Inside out. Dead plants, dead plants, dead plants. That isn't an area to paint, and I'm gonna have to use a lot of Q-tips to clean it up. I don't even know how much of my face you can see right now. I didn't even think about that. I'm leaning really far forward. Oh no, and even because I'm leaning so far forward, maybe you can't pick up my voice because the mic is pointed away from me, like behind my head, and this only picks up things in some sort of in a cardioid fashion or whatever. Turn. Do you not rotate? Yo. Ew. Okay, fine. Okay, it doesn't rotate. What a mess. I'm gonna turn this upside down over my trash can to get just a lot of the excess stuff off and see what happens. It might not look like a lot happened, but there was a lot on there that just came off. Right now, though, I forgot that I have to take out the things that were washing, so yeah, give me a second. the shit, so you're still looking at the flower, aren't you? Yeah. 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 Even worse, you weren't even looking at the flower anymore because I closed that window. You were just looking at my screen. Just staring McSocks to person in your face. It's okay, we're back, we're live. We here. And we Dustin. Whew, man, the rainbows this bad boy's gonna produce. Whoo! 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 I think I might save doing the big tray for another day, because this has already been quite a bit of time, and you know, I didn't stream yesterday, and last time I did that I tried to compensate by streaming longer, but you know, there are reasons why I'm not streaming the days that I say I'm streaming, and as much as I could try and compensate for that, I'd rather just be like, sorry for not streaming yesterday, but you know, life had other demands. Literally stressing out over the IRS because I got a letter in the mail saying that I hadn't been making any payments, even though I was seeing money get taken out of my account every month to pay for my taxes. And because it's the weekend, I can't really do anything about it. So I've just been stressed out about it this whole weekend. And today I woke up and was like, I really just can't be stressed like this all day like I was yesterday. I need to do something. And I did a lot of things before I started my stream, but crafting will always be the centering tool for me when everything else fails, because it's just king. Crafting is king. That's all the painting / dusting I wanted to do. So we're gonna put all the glitters away before no, I'm not. I said that like I was gonna do it, but I'm not gonna clean up. When do I clean up? Only partially. Only enough to not be overwhelmed tomorrow, but not enough to have a clean space for tomorrow. Let's get that straight. Now, let's make some resin things. Let's see what's happening with my phone here. Yes. And then we'll get some mixing cups. Whoa! Okay, let's see how much I actually need to do all of this. I always pour more than I need. Where's the mold for the extra? Oh no! I lied, I'm not done dusting. I'm gonna use this as my extra. But I'm gonna dust it first. Actually, I'm not, because I won't be able to see any of the... I don't want to use this as my extra. I changed my mind real quick. We're gonna use this one instead. We're just gonna pour random colors in the sides and see what happens and see what it looks like at the end. Because at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of different colors that go into that mold. Because I'm going to need a little bit of red for these, a little bit of white for these, a little bit of gray for these, and then whatever color I decide for these, and then clear for this, and all the doming that you can't see out of frame right now. So, how do I mix this? How do I do this appropriately? Boppy boppy bop. Getting my gloves. Two gloves. Come on now. Why are you doing this? Thank you. I'm putting my glove on inappropriately, improperly. I had it on reversed. So my pinky was trying to go into the thumb hole. Not a good time. Okay, how much do I make? How much does this make? 100? That makes 300, but I will only ever make 200 really, because the 250 is the highest mark and there's no in between to have 75 so that I could make the 250. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna make 200 and see where that takes me. I keep doing one part first and the other part second, and I find that that leads me to disproportionate amounts of like they're not ever level. I always have a lot more of one than the other because when I pour, I guess it doesn't actually level out appropriately, or the lines aren't straight, or I'm not accurate, or any combination of any of these. But I also think it's because I end up I always pour one before the other. I always pour the resin before the hardener. Why? I don't fucking know. I just do. So I have to consciously remind myself to do it the other way. Thank you. Wow. I was trying to wipe off one thing and made another mess. Wow. Wow. Okay. Trying to take off my gloves and they tore because they're thin and I hate them and I can't wait till this box is over and I can get new gloves. I don't want to waste these gloves, but I also don't want to use these gloves. I also really, I've already complained about them before. I really don't like the powder. I don't like the way it feels. I don't like the way it makes my hands like feel coming out of the gloves. I get that it makes it easier for them to get on and off, but like it's not for me. That's not centered at all. That's better. And then... one eyeball. Two eyeball. Because I was doing it lifted up, all the resin was pooling to the bottom as opposed to pooling at the bottom. So you add a little bit more so it self-levels to make it all nice and pretty. Hit it with a heat gun. Always the little bubbles by the edge, man. And say goodbye. Oh my god. The way this glitter is glittering. Hoo-wee. Yep, solid. I have a level I could check this table, huh? The minute my neighbor leaves, his dog starts crying every time. He has a husky, and I literally just, like, it was a minute. It was a minute between him leaving and going down the stairs, and then the husky crying. Needs mold resin. Killers. Let's say 9 o'clock. Ew. I like the way this one came out. There were a lot of tiny bubbles on the surface of this one. Okay, now it's just the tiny things that need to be domed, and then I'll add a little bit of resin to these tiny bowls to make the colors for this, and then I'll just finish. Oh, can't forget about the hand. Ugh. I said I was gonna check the camera. I didn't. Not a bit. I hope it looks okay. So right now I'm just doing the space sodas, which should be the easiest because they're just little ovals. Found a hair in the resin. I don't know where it came from because it didn't fall out of my head all of a sudden. And I already overpoured the Fight Me. And now I'm gonna, oh fuck, I keep knocking into it today. And I'm gonna try and remove all the excess resin from the spot and hope that it doesn't continue to go there. Because it doesn't have any friends there. And that's my hope. Because if it doesn't have any friends there, then why would it hang? The resin isn't a solitary loner. It isn't a Ruby Rider. so much time to make sure it didn't overfill. Whoop! I bet it's been an hour. I said I need at least 30 minutes, and I bet it's been an hour. Time moves so slowly when you're doing resin things. Or quickly? Time moves so quickly when you're doing resin things. Because everything just takes a little bit more time than you think it will. And all those little bits start to add up. Did not mean to do that. And I don't have much time with this resin because I poured a lot thinking, yeah, I got a lot to dome. It'll take a lot of stuff. Ooh, that's too much resin to pour in one spot. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I can still remember that snowy cold December and how we
It spilled.
felt so late into the night. I had always felt that when the snow had melted, we would meet again and make things right. When loneliness meets liquor, time moves so much quicker. Memories all fade into the past. But when the night is late, I think, can I change fate? Or has the die already been cast? When perched upon my finger, a ladybug does linger. I make the same wish every time. I won't tell nobody else.
Okay, final attempt.
All unto myself and hope that things will turn out just fine. I close my eyes and I fantasize, and when I open them, it's gone. So never wait until too late. A ladybug won't wait around that long.
Okay. Is that all the pieces domed? That's all the pieces domed? Oh gosh. Please pick up. Without issue. Okay, okay. Now on to things that I'll spill, I guess. Red resin. White resin. Gray resin. Okay, that's all the resin that I need for that, and then I'm gonna just do all of these right now so I don't even have to worry about the resin thickening up while I try and do this detail work. I think I was going to make all of this black. Yeah. Some of my pigment containers are really messy. Probably because I'm really messy with them, like there really is no excuse in that regard, but like still. I think I was just gonna go straight black, like not even any shininess to it, just straight black. Just that much. Ooh, okay. This is really not enough. I don't want to make more resin. A little goes a long way in a mold that's barely filled. And now this one is more level. Nice. Any scraps? Any scraps? How much time do I have? Not much. Let's move quickly. Alcohol ink just doesn't give it the opacity that I like. Like, even when I use black, it just... I mean, it makes things black, but... It doesn't make things opaque. And I accidentally added too much black, so now it's all black. As opposed to being any sort of red. Poop. Poop! Now this is gonna be our gray. I don't even know if this is going to cure because I just put like, yeah, I put 6 drops of alcohol ink and this much resin. Like, this is gonna be a challenge. You're not supposed to do more than like 1% or something like that. Need as fuck. Ooh, come on. This is not a competition, not the opposition. I just want to see you win. Wanna be the greatest, want someone to share it with. Oh, I feel like we can make it. Know that we can make it. Ooh, these look too good. Woo! Ah! Every fucking time, man. My glove tears. A lot of dust in the air today, I guess. I'm seeing a lot of specks of things that aren't bubbles because they're not going away, and they're not glitter because they don't sparkle. Oh well, you know, another day, another dollar. Oh wow, it's 10 o'clock. You know, you tell somebody 30 minutes and it takes another 2 hours. Yikes. Ugh. Anyway, now it's partial cleanup time. Partial cleanup time. Put the inks away. Put the paints away. Putting the pigments away. Not closed? Okay, this isn't right then. Okie dokie. Woo! Wash my hands. Ooh, okay. And then we say goodnight to the camera. Bloop bloop. We say goodnight to the light. Bloop bloop. We put the camera in a different position so that I don't trip over it, go into the bathroom. Very important. Move the microphone back over to the computer. La 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 la. Ugh. Doop doop doop. Doop doop doop. Doop 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 doop. And back we are. Whew, Lord. My oh my. Okay. Well, yeah, that was damn 6 hours. Okay. Turn off the camera. Thanks for watching while I do a bunch of things, and you know, I did what I came out to do. I painted the trays, I domed them, I painted the earrings. I didn't do the tray, but that's okay, because it was about to be more time consuming anyway. It was probably going to take me another 3 hours to finish, and I don't have that with me. I don't have that tonight. I probably won't have it tomorrow either, but that's good because I don't stream tomorrow, so it'll happen sometime in the week. I don't know when, but you'll know eventually, because I'll let you know. But until then, yeah, catch you later. Yeah. Stay out of your head if you can. Okay, bye.